also have to offer free after-school program open to all at the same time to be eligible for this. Some of the real obstacles that I've identified in some other places, I don't know who we get to work for. Because your current lunch staff is here at probably 5 in the morning, getting ready for breakfast, maybe earlier. Getting ready for breakfast. And then in the evening, are we gonna ask them to come back 4 o'clock in the afternoon and start prepping for another meal? That's a lot to ask. And it's not just the meal, it's prep time, cleanup time, whatever. When I have spec'd out for other towns, what might this program look like if you wanted to do it? Think making your kitchen staff available to have a combined cafeteria and gymnasium. You do not, but some places literally can't do it. Because if they're gonna use their gym to feed a meal, that means no Girl Scouts, or no basketball, or no whatever. I don't know who we would get to run the program, and it certainly wouldn't pay for itself. You've got some real tangible obstacles. But nonetheless, because our free and reduced lunch rate is so high, we qualify, we have to have this hearing. Any general questions about what they're talking about, what the intent is? Yes, sir.
Is this the same program that last year we opted out of?
Yeah.
This is the third meal of the day?
Yeah.
And we didn't have enough kids in the school after to really justify it.
Right. But we're obligated to have this hearing, and I stand before you and explain it, because we have to satisfy the federal government. But yes, and that is also a requirement of the law in Maine that backs up that federal requirement. We can opt out if you so desire, and this is what I've said also in other places. Occasionally I stick my head into the kitchens of the school. Sometimes I'm looking for a snacky myself, I could admit that, but inevitably, we've got a big cauldron of pasta. If you happen to be visiting on Chicken Nugget Day, I've got a warming tray with like 250 chicken nuggets there heaped up. And if you haven't seen a heap of 250 chicken nuggets, it's something to look at. But my point is, if a kid is hungry, we're gonna give him something to eat. This appears to be a revolutionary strategy in the eyes of the state, because apparently they feel the need to have a fully structured, paperwork, organized program to do something that's pretty simple. If a kid is hungry, we give him something to eat. If you're subsidizing your lunch program, $60,000 or $70,000 annually, which you are, that'll buy a couple gallons of milk, loaf of bread, pasta, dare I say peanut butter, unless somebody is allergic. But my point is, we'll give a hungry kid something to eat. If you participated in the program, you would have to do it in such a way not to stigmatize a child or to call attention to them. That's another requirement of the program. That gets a little tricky, because if you ask little Johnny or Susie to walk down to the cafeteria and the cook will give you something to eat, that's pretty obvious. And then if you have the food brought to them and they're the only ones eating in the classroom, that too is obvious. So whenever we've had this issue, and it's not a lot, but it comes up every now and then, we have little Johnny or Susie get in line with the rest of the kids. And there you are in a line with 25 or 30 of your friends with your tray. Yep, okay. To me, I don't need some wing-dangle state program to tell me to do the right thing. So even though I've encouraged, and you probably can tell by the tone of my voice that I would encourage my board to opt out, that in no means would suggest that we would not give a hungry kid something to eat. Any other questions?
If we opt in, can it be subcontracted?
That I don't know. That, in theory, a subcontracting unit would have to use that facility.
I mean, we have an after-school program. It's open to anybody. We serve food.
How many attend
So why
usually,
can't-
Stephanie?
Sorry?
How many attend usually?
I don't know the answer to that. We can. But maybe there's other barriers that we can change to maybe increase that enrollment too. I don't know. Yeah.
It is.
It's just a question.
If there are any schools in the district that can do it, it's either here in Lubec or it's in Eastport. But those are the only 2 schools in the district that have a separate cafeteria and gymnasium. So theoretically, you can still have basketball practice in the wintertime if you're feeding the meal in the cafeteria.
Did I hear you say that you could serve the whole thing, like it could be a family meal for the whole family?
I believe it can be.
So it wouldn't just be for the students, it could be for.
I believe that is the intent of the law, but if it's something this board is interested in,
I'm not encouraging them, I'm just asking.
you know, I can
Be
flesh
interested to find
out the details. I know for us as a school department, there are some logistical obstacles, like who we're gonna get to work it and clean up after it and all these things. But also, none of the other towns in the district have an LCOC in their community that's sharing the facility and is like-minded, so. Any other questions generally? Well, this item appears on the board's agenda for some action. And we are required to revisit it periodically, so you're not imagining this, I have stood before and give a similar explanation. And there's also a breakfast one too, so breakfast and extended day food program, right.
Well, we do the morning one, don't we?
We provide breakfast.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
The breakfast program called Breakfast After the Bell. Apparently, it's my opinion that some schools have gotten so big for their britches that if little Johnny comes in late and skipped breakfast or isn't able to have breakfast, it's too late, I'm so sad, I'm sorry, I've picked up, I've cleaned up, it's on to the next thing. A lot of schools aren't that big. If they're hungry, if a kid is hungry, we'll give them something to eat.
Yeah.
This is beyond common sense, and sometimes the state just makes it more complicated than it needs to be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we wanna take a break for like 2 minutes, so if anybody needs to get up or stretch, we can just transition into the board meeting?
Yeah, we got all kinds of
Okay, I just
time.
need to figure out how to turn this camera on.
Okay, why don't we take a break for about 2 minutes?
Yeah, that-
We've been here since 4:30 and we can convene the meeting in like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I can't find a single.
I bet.
Huh?
I bet. That is kind of an open-ended thing that they can do, and it wasn't much of an exaggeration when I said signage and extra crispy.
Yeah, no, it's like, what? I'm trying to find
Yeah,
a good, no definition, really.
I'll let it written on that one. Yes,
So, I see if we want.
extra agenda.
So I see if we want to reopen the high school.
We're testing you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm doing my best here. There we go.
Over
Make sure I have enough for my board.
Okay, well, we can't,
Uh-oh.
we can't, we don't know.
Let me see.
What's the thing? Tell me.
If you don't, we can share.
Community friend means a lot.
I have a request from a community member for an agenda. Do you have yours with you, Julie?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'll share mine.
Okay.
I think Wanda's got hers. I think Wanda's.
That might be one right there. I think Jane has hers, too.
Yeah, Wanda's got hers, yeah. Candace,
Yeah, I've got mine, okay.
take that one. I'll share Wanda's.
Okay.
Yeah, ours is
We have 2 extra ones. Thank you.
I tried.
You have everything on.
Yeah, I have everything all set and stuff, but it was like the, it was like the internet didn't have the bandwidth for it or something.
Oh, it's just aggravating it all over, get out.
Look at those, some of those double A enrollments, like Fort Academy is now the largest school in the state. That's sad, when a private school is the largest school in the state. I know what that says about the state of education.
Yeah. Well, when you said 160, I was like, that's pretty good. I was like impressed.
Oh, but this Saturday,
wish.
the egg thing is.
It wasn't too long ago, they were around
This one,
110.
Saturday,
As high as 100.
Is that, just high school? Is that 7 to 8, 7, 8, or just 9 to?
That's just 9 to 12. 7 and 8 is across the parking lot at Road Gaffney. Road
Is it?
Gaffney, 350 or so. They've
Well,
got
that's
two
the
teachers
Vanguard
for grade
6 this
level.
morning. And, my stuff was awesome. Coming home was all right.
That's why I say, you know, it's, and it's
Do you have
when
signed it?
everybody thinks
Either
that,
way yet? No?
you know, if little Johnny's gonna go out of here and be a star and
That's not, cause
I didn't say it's an open session. WA studied
Yeah.
the international
Yeah.
kids at $40,000 tuition. There was an
Well, there's some
expectation that
things
2 or
we
3 of
just
those
can't
slots on the
control.
varsity
You
were
know,
gonna go
we
to
can't
kids from
control it, I
Yugoslavia.
hate that.
yeah.
And they had cut.
Rough as a
I
rough.
think this is the worst
The
year
sons
we'll
and
ever
daughters
see
of
it for
Cutler
a long
and Machias
time.
people started showing up at the
I
track.
mean, just
Yeah.
due to
That's what,
maintenance.
that's
and-
what turned the
Yeah,
tide.
it's the bull by the horn.
They've had some other things that have turned the tide lately, but
Yep.
that's what started it.
Yep.
yeah, 'cause that's true. International students.
All right, I think
Those-
we
Come
can.
down.
Ready when you are, James.
Let's get started. All right,
Stay fit,
everyone, please rise.
Oh, I'm all right.
Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, is there any public participation today? Hearing none. Let's consider the approval of the March 2nd school committee meeting minutes, as written, or if anyone has any corrections.
Make a motion, we accept them as published.
Yep.
All in favor? I wasn't here, so I'm going to.
Okay, and Wanda wasn't here. Are you abstaining from the minutes, Wanda?
Well, yeah, I was
Okay.
here
So,
either.
so she and I will abstain, but it looks like it passed. Administrative reports. Principal's report, it's,
Tina's given me some notes here,
okay,
but I think you've got some actual, looking at it real quick again, some agenda items to reference some of this with.
yes.
But,
Where did I go?
it's a staff input for 2023-2024 school calendar, so I don't, maybe you
They
might
want
want
to start after Labor Day.
Oh, that's different, Mr. Johnson.
Teachers' workshops on August 29th, 30th to ensure a long Labor Day weekend. Move early release day on November 29th to December 6th because of star testing. On December 21st, full student day. December 22nd, early release day. April 4th, 2024, parent-teacher conferences moved ahead 1 week.
No, I got, that was different,
April 5th, 2024, early release. April 12th, 2024, full student day. May 31st, 2024, early release. June 7th, early release, last student day. June 10th, 2024, teacher workshop. And that was with the calendar.
Do we have, can we look at that calendar first, Dick, with the changes on it and see what it looks like? Just that, you know, that's gonna be too,
You guys hand that out? Or did that come through the thing? I don't have a copy of that.
I don't know, this is just the,
Okay.
yeah, we do get one.
Okay. So I would say this, just so the group knows. Formation of the school calendar is educational policy. There's a requirement in your CBA to allow the teachers input. We've allowed them input. But it is still educational policy. So the 5 of you can set the calendar. Now,
Well, I'd like to see it, I'd like to table this and let us look at
Okay.
it the way Tina wants to, and the teachers, I'd like to, you know. for us
what I
to
can
review
do is this, I can distribute copies of the calendar, and you can put it with what Tina has, and we would have to table it at this meeting and do it next time, which is fine.
it. Yeah,
But my point is, as a point of instruction for my board, don't feel like you have to do what the teachers say automatically. It's nice to play nice in the sandbox, don't get me wrong, but you're in charge of the calendar.
I will
So
say
we-
that I
you-
got a calendar from every school in the AOS, and they're pretty standard. I mean, we're pretty much all doing the same thing.
There you go. I think
I
it's
have
good.
one, thank you.
need another one?
Oh, no, I got 3 of them.
Well,
she can just send us a copy of that,
Yep.
I make a motion to table this until we can see the calendar, how they would like to.
Is this on the agenda?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Be number
Yeah.
3 under new business.
Yep.
So we, yeah.
Okay, so we'll,
If you wanna take it out of order and just table it, that'll save us time later, that's fine. Motion table,
Okay, so
Do we have, I mean,
she made a motion, or does,
Yeah.
you just wanna look at it,
To
so.
table it until
But
next meeting.
isn't it the same, like you said,
No,
Oh,
it's
no.
the same as theirs, but now they want changes, Joanne. But I'm not seeing on this calendar where they want their changes to.
that's because I haven't seen their proposed changes
Yeah,
until tonight.
That's right,
So,
I know
okay.
that,
and there were only, how many changes there?
A lot.
a lot.
Oh, there's a lot.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying to look to see what it says here, because, okay, yeah.
Can you read us what they are, Dick?
yeah, why don't you read them one more time, and then
Okay.
we can just kinda look at it.
So, the very first one is to have teachers' workshops on August 29th and 30th,
Instead of the 31st and then not in the first?
and to ensure for a long Labor Day weekend. Because
Okay,
I guess technically, they look to have them in the middle of the week instead of on Thursday and Friday. And if you look, I guess, August 29th and 30th, she said would be
Tuesday and Wednesday.
right compared to where they are on the calendar.
okay, all right,
Let's say, let's put it, what day are our kids gonna start school, Dick?
on the 5th of September.
It'd be the day after Labor Day.
Yeah, 5th
Okay.
of September, and that's not changed. That's the same.
And that's what's on the calendar.
Yep.
The second one is to move the early release day on November 29th to December 6th to allow for star testing.
Say
Which
that
is-
one again, Dick.
So it's just moved
That's
by
their,
one.
that's their Wednesday, that they have, workshops for the teachers, early release day. Is that right, Mr. Johnson?
November 29th,
The calendar changes, I honestly don't remember what the traditional date was here. So,
the 29th is a Wednesday.
So
So
what
if
we're
it
doing
was,
is-
and if it was early release, it would be 11 o'clock. Because typically they're a 1 o'clock day.
So they
So-
want the
They wanna move it
They just
from
wanna
the
move it
29th
back 1 week.
to
the
December
6th.
6th.
So I don't have any heartburn with that.
December 21st, which is a Thursday, it'd be, they're saying early release. Make it a full student day, and then go December 22nd, early release.
22nd early release.
that looks like that's what a lot of the schools do, Mr. Johnson.
So this would be a full
it
day,
de-
and then this would be
in that
early
case, it
release.
depends, it just
Yeah.
depends how Christmas falls.
Yeah,
Okay. I don't see any problem with that.
No, I mean, it's fine, like, I mean, doesn't matter to me, my kid's not going anyways for Christmas, so.
Well, I hope parents understand that by doing that, you're only gonna have 4 days off for Christmas. Cause
Well, I think we
she's saying
should
kids on the
table this
21st and
and
early
have us
release on the
look at it.
22nd. Christmas is on Monday, you got 4 days off, New Year's is the first, and then the kids are back on the second. So
yeah,
you're gonna have 4 days of Christmas vacation,
yeah.
okay?
Why is everybody opposed to us tabling this till next time? There's not a rush on it.
Nope.
I don't know. I mean,
we're all here, we might as well just kinda look at it, I suppose.
Yeah, but I'd rather take it home and have a better chance than our meeting to look at it, Jane.
But then you're gonna have to have a copy of that, take with you.
Plus,
Yeah.
if you have any questions, you can just ask them right now.
And then in April, there's no other changes until April. April 4th and we did the same thing this year, as they're looking forward to next year, was we moved the parent-teacher conference ahead 1 week.
To get over vacation.
Right, because then on April 5th was the early release, and the same thing was the way they did it this year
Okay,
too.
I think that makes sense.
Can we all think about this, Jane?
You have a problem with it, or?
No, I'm trying to, so in April, they want their early release, is that still the same day, Dick?
No, because of the teachers' conference moved ahead a week, they moved
Yeah.
the early release to the 5th, so it'll be on Friday instead of Thursday.
But it's already marked on here.
Well, maybe they thought they'd already passed it.
See, it's the same exact thing, it's the same exact thing as you see on the calendar right now,
Yeah.
only it's moved up 1 week,
Okay,
to the 4th and 5th instead of the 11th and 12th.
okay, yeah.
And then on April 12th, instead of it being an early release, they wanna go a full day.
Now, let me ask you a question, I thought early release was always on a Wednesday.
It typically is, except for like what they was looking at on here,
Yeah,
was it's just before vacation. They had been occasionally doing an early release before the vacation. Or a long weekend.
See, that's what gets me, is Wednesdays are always a 1 o'clock day.
yeah,
And to me, that's the early release.
yeah.
So then you have early release 2, which is 11 o'clock. I don't know.
So what's
know.
that one?
So an
Well,
actual,
that's what I mean, you have an early release at 11, and then you have an early release at 1.
well, but the thing of it is, early release is not 1 o'clock anymore, it's a normal school day on a Wednesday. Early release
But
for
it's-
Wednesday,
Has it been?
yeah, early release is 11 on Wednesdays.
It's all over the board here, you know, where the early release.
Right,
And that's their workshop day, isn't it?
but a typical Wednesday school day is out at 1 o'clock.
Right.
If it's early release, it's 11.
Okay. Isn't a 1 o'clock day early release day?
To you and I, but to the school, it's considered a regular day.
I know.
And then May 31st, they wanna do an early release day instead of a full day.
So they wanna change May 1st to a full day and, May 31st.
That's the only change in May, is to make the 31st an early release day instead of a full day.
So they want an extra early release day.
For May.
Now, is there anywhere else in this calendar that they wanted an extra early release day in the school year?
June 7th. The last student day,
What do they want on that?
early release, so. And then June 10th would be a teacher workshop day.
So is that early release or 1 o'clock?
Neither, that's just teacher day.
Teacher day, because initially they
Because
had
that-
it
Because you
early,
already had your last day on the 7th.
they're replacing it, I believe, because they had early release on the 10th,
Mm-hmm.
and they're gonna change it and go to the 7th and add an extra teacher's workshop day, I believe
Can
is
I
the
ask
way she
one
talked
thing?
about it.
Do you think this averages out to 170 school days? Are we still getting that
175.
in?
I have no way of knowing, like, on the spot. You know,
Yeah.
the best I can do is to take it with me and count it up.
Yeah. Well, of course, I'm not gonna vote for this, but will you give us one so we can look at it and see if our kids are still gonna get the education days they're supposed to have.
Do you have a blue one, Wanda?
No, I don't. I have this one from your office.
Well, I brought, right, that one.
Yeah.
So if you have that, and you have Tina's suggestions,
Yeah,
best I can do is to take them with me and
So is it student days or teacher days or both?
175 for students,
yeah.
180 for teachers.
And I didn't know Tina wasn't gonna be here, but I've asked for her to give us, every month she gives us a list of
Yeah.
what the kids are doing. I've asked her to make the list, a full list of the year of how often our kids are going out for field trips or.
175.
Get that.
This blue calendar's got 175 student days on it.
Wow, that didn't take long.
No, I assure you it does.
Okay. So we're meeting all the criteria, you think?
Yes, because
About
what it,
180 for this.
because all it was doing was swapping.
Uh-huh,
It wasn't actually eliminating or creating anything.
okay.
Well, you're giving early release, you're giving them extra hours, Dick. 11 versus 1 o'clock.
Anything all they gotta do is serve them lunch, and
I
they're out
know
by
it-
11
I
it's a
know
day,
it
right?
serves as a
Yep.
full day, but it isn't a full day for the students.
Well, I only added student days. I didn't add teacher days at all.
Yeah.
I got the same one.
And you can have the sheets on it.
I'll take a picture of it, huh? Thank you.
So are we gonna visit that, or are we gonna postpone it, or what are we gonna do?
Well, what do you guys think of,
I'm good with that.
I'm fine with
I'm
it.
fine with myself, but as long as we meet the criteria for, you know,
The teachers have sat down, they've talked about it. They were all in a semicircle there the other day when I was in there.
okay.
They were all going through it.
Shall we wait until the, place on the agenda, or?
Let's do it while it's fresh in our mind.
Okay, so,
I make a motion that we accept this calendar, this new teacher's calendar.
Second it.
all in favor?
Opposed, Mr. Johnson.
Okay.
All right, and does that conclude the, principal's report?
Yeah, I mean, normally she discusses all this stuff, but I see it's on the agenda, and I think this is on the agenda kinda because Ken knew that she wasn't gonna be here and whatnot, because
Okay,
she has information for me to here to read on weather-related makeup days and,
okay, so we'll just wait for that.
okay.
All right, so let's go on to the school committee. Anybody wanna start? Should we just start with, Joseph
Yeah.
on his end, or?
That's nothing.
Why don't, I'll let you address our
Oh.
walkthrough.
We did a walkthrough, me and did together, and there's some things that I seen in there. One of the things I was quite amazed
So
about.
this is a walkthrough of the building, and you're.
We went
and
through
you're-
the whole building,
Okay, and you're looking
and
for.
we were looking for the different things in there, safety, all the other things that we could spot and what was going on.
Okay.
One of the biggest things that popped in my head from being a high school principal is how well our high school side of that building is sitting, and how much is there, and how much is available.
Mm.
One of the things we were talking about when we went through it, we looked, he showed me where the generator's gonna go, where it's gonna go up, everything in the building.
Mhm.
Right now, well, I know we've been discussing as doing repairs to the building, elementary side, high school side. We could actually put students in the high school side right now and move them and take care of everything we needed to on the elementary school side, and then put them back in there where they
Shuffle 'em
need to. Yeah, because right now, the high school side's in better shape than, it's actually pretty nice when I went through it.
Is-
And we checked to see about, like when we were talking earlier about if we could start the high school back there, all that stuff is there, the desk, there's a library, there's music, all that stuff's sitting there, just
Mhm.
sitting there,
Mhm.
that could be used.
Did you go back in the industrial art room, Joe?
Yes.
What's in that room?
Right at the moment, there's equipment, and there's still some equipment still sitting back there. There's two different rooms back there. As I was speaking, industrial arts is not something there's tech centers around for that, but one of the biggest things you could put in the system here that's becoming a big thing, is technology. For example, the high school that I'm at, we're actually bringing in people that are gonna talk to us about artificial intelligence, because that's the next thing we have to deal with in high school about dealing, cause right now, artificial intelligence can write papers for students. So we gotta get ahead of it in the concept of what we're gonna deal with. So, I'm just saying, these are the different things I've seen, and there was a lot of nice, that whole side just sitting there waiting that could be used.
What
They're just
about,
sitting there.
oh gosh, the big building back there? I haven't been back in that area in years, but is that, where they used to have the workshop?
And there's a workshop down there.
It used to be the kids, God, I can't even think. Well, it used to be a workshop for the kids, I don't wanna call it garage, but it was that big section.
I think that is industrial.
That's,
arts.
That's the industrial arts
Yeah,
part.
yeah.
There's a wood shop and industrial arts, there's two different
Yeah,
classrooms
there's
there.
two
Yeah.
back
Huh?
there, but that's already part of our building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All of it's, I mean, that was all connected. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that when we walk through there, there's some basic maintenance concepts that I see that need to be, we're seeing scraping, painting, stuff like that. But the high school was in pretty good. We're talking about the roof definitely has to be replaced and taken care of, but outside of that, the high school just sitting there.
has that been, okay, the roof, since it's been,
There
repaired?
is a leak.
Oh.
There is a leak, and I think it's mainly, I think a tire may have been shifted, and it's done this to the, from what I can tell,
To
'cause
the
I haven't been-
membrane?
Yeah. So it's a pain, but it's something that definitely needs to be addressed, and there's no ands, ifs, and buts about it.
now what about did you guys go down in the locker rooms, Joe?
Yeah.
Are those, because at one time there was mold down there, have they painted or repaired anything in the locker?
It wasn't, they weren't horrible to the point, like I said, there's just
Did you
just
go to
general
both
main-
sides?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
you
we
don't
went
think
to-
those are horrible?
No. No, I did not.
Katie's done a lot of cleaning in there.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't able to get them painted before the basketball season come about, but, I mean, she done a lot, they look a lot better than they
Yeah.
did. I
Did
mean,
the safety guy check that area?
Yes.
He did.
I'm gonna say, I've got the report
Oh,
here
yeah, you've
somewhere
got the
of
safety
everything.
report.
So, I mean, I've got some notes on this here I'll bring up in a few minutes, but.
No, I said, when we went to, am I a safety guy? No, but visually and
No,
stuff.
no, I said I
that
know
kinda-
that we had one.
That kind of stuff, no, it looked,
Yeah.
very encouraged about what I seen.
We was in
Oh,
both,
We were looking,
good.
we was
yeah,
in both boiler rooms,
Yeah.
we was in the sprinkler rooms. I don't think there was a room in the school we wasn't into.
no, I think we went
And the
to.
leaks repaired in the boiler room, that's all repaired.
The boiler room is
Yeah.
fixed, yes.
Well, I appreciate you guys putting so much effort
Really?
into this, I really do.
Really.
He's the one that does all that.
Yeah.
He does all of it, I
He's
just,
the mastermind.
yep.
Yeah.
So, the report that we had from whoever it was called, the MSMA, it's the Management Association, did a site inspection report. And for the ratings, it says a rate of 1 is considered an industry average. Below 1 equals a reduction in premium. Above 1 equals an increase in premiums. So ours was calculated out to 0.79. So we fell below so that we didn't have any issues on the point of causing us an increase on our insurance.
That's good.
Can I just say, Dick, what areas did they go to?
Um,
Where did they go?
Well, they went all over. One of the big things and that we've got here that they found an issue with is it's in the gym. It's the rock climbing wall. It says could not provide at the time of inspection a record of climbing wall and rope inspection. It says ensure inspection has been completed and kept records where they can be provided for review or remove climbing feature or features. An annual inspection can be done by trained in-house personnel or contracted out to a certified inspector. Tina and I talked about this after we seen it, and her and I both come to the conclusion that as far as both of us, that we think it needs to be removed.
Just take it down.
One of the other ones was broken electrical outlets found in multiple rooms. And these fall into the categories of actual law. So it's not a recommendation. These are actually laws that's being broken.
Mm-hmm.
So in these ones here, it's to replace the outlets or replace any broken or missing cover plates, switches, and or plastic.
Did they check that one outside, Dick, with wires hanging?
Well, there's other issues, electrical issues in here also.
Yeah.
But these ones here was just for outlets. And it says rooms, it gives the rooms, it says set, and then it says 107, 208, 207 concessions, the music rooms.
That wouldn't take much for just
Not
one
that,
person
yeah.
to
No.
go through
No.
and redo those.
And then we've got another issue for unmarked confined space. And these are like the areas under the bleachers and in the basement. And confined space has to have a non-permit or permit required confined spaces must be identified and marked off to alert staff. And I believe there is a
Sign.
plan down there. It was to the point that the areas wasn't marked. So it is a law, but it's not as bad. And it says right here, ensure this space is added to your list in your confined space plan. If we hadn't had that, that would have cost. So
Is that area, can you put a lock on, or is there already a lock on it?
I don't believe it's locked, but the big part of it is identifying
Yeah,
that it is a confined space. So a lot of insecure shelving. That's a recommendation made because it's not necessarily a law, but anything over so high should be secured as to not fall over if somebody tried to climb it or pulled on it. We did have high current appliances, microwaves, laminators, refrigerators plugged into a power strip or splitters found in multiple rooms and in the lunchroom. And in these cases, if we have areas that's needing this type of plug-ins, that it has to be the right size to handle the load, and the MSMA recommends a direct plug-in. So they're saying that we would need to accommodate for what we have for electrical appliances. So we need to either remove or install a plug in for the appliances to avoid overloading circuits.
did they give you like a plan of action, Dick, and
Yes.
then they'll come back and
Yep.
X amount? Yeah,
Yep. We've got improper overhead storages. And again, this is because of the height, and it's not recommended that if a student or staff was to try to pull down something from a top shelf, and it be risk of injury or accident. Our fire extinguishers were not labeled or inspected. That's a pretty big deal. These need to be monthly.
Didn't Bobby used to go down and do that, or?
I'm
I
not
thought he did.
I'm not sure.
I thought he did.
I mean, is that something our maintenance men can do?
It can be,
Yeah,
because the way it works, I know like with the towns, we have them done annually or semi-annually, depending on the size of the extinguisher that's needed. And they come down and check it all out for us to make sure that it is. And then monthly, we just go over and make sure that they haven't been accidentally discharged or the safety pins are in them, and then you just initial it for
Yeah.
each month. That can be done by the staff.
Yeah.
We've got cords routed through the ceilings, / door or walls. Again, it's power cords should not run through a doorway, a wall, or a ceiling, and this is law. So we need to find where the cord goes and replace it with a direct plug-in. Another electrical item stored within 3 feet of an electrical panel. Items need to be moved to a proper distance. These items are also combustible, so it's fire hazard. And that one has been done already. Steve is taking care of that. The only thing is we need to make sure, it does need to get documented. Lights, lamps, and other than those provided by the school, found in some classrooms and offices. This is a recommendation, but it says remove the lights, may warrant district to consider policy on lights, must be UL rated, in good condition, and use only LED light bulbs. But that's been done. This is a law of possible untreated curtains throughout the building. Curtains must be either permanently fire rated or treated with fire retardant. Also found in rooms 108 and 206, and these was on the stages. Was the big ones. And the cafeteria has been done, I guess. Power strip plugged into an extension cord. It's called daisy chaining, found in rooms and in storage. In room 210, says plug cords directly into outlets. Overloading can cause sparking and circuit overloads, perhaps resulting in fire. That's a law. Missing knockout in electrical panel or junction box. Replace, install knockout cover. That's been done. And the MSDS book needs to be updated, and all sheets need to be kept in the book.
Do they have that, Mr. Johnson, or how do you guys address that book down? Do they go through it?
MSDS, Material Safety Data
Yeah.
Sheet. When we order a box of floor cleaner, we
Yeah.
buy it in a case.
Yeah.
You open it up, it's got the MSDS sheet right on the top.
Yeah,
Technically, when you unpack that, that needs to be punched and go into the 3-ring binder, which should be kept on site in a readily accessible position. But most common site is in the janitor's closet.
yeah.
So that one, this is, despite that, what seems to be a laundry list, that's a very good inspection.
Yes.
Yeah.
Curtains, extension cords, and desk lamps are pretty low-level stuff. The only
Yeah.
one that really gets my attention
Yeah.
is fire extinguishers not being
Yeah.
inspected. There's a little
Yeah.
tag on them, and like Dickie says, you look at it,
Yeah, I know.
if it's full, there's a
Yeah.
safety pin in, put your initials on it. That one, we can readily take care of all of them. That's a good inspection. And it's worth emphasizing that none of those things are gonna result in an increase in our insurance because we are below that 1.0 as Dickie
Oh,
led
that's
with.
good.
So,
The
I'm not disappointed.
the only other one that I have a big concern on, and it's only in case of an emergency, is our confined spaces get labeled.
So if the door closes behind somebody, they're not trapped.
Well, we don't have little Johnny hiding
Right.
on a teacher,
Yeah.
and we go in and we do an evacuation, and somebody's not accounted for. It's gonna be,
Yeah, but can't you lock those areas?
No.
You can-
no,
So,
just in case we have, public safety people coming in case of an issue, that they don't think that it's just
Right.
what
a
is our,
closet
what is
or,
our deadline for, addressing all these?
it will be a while. That's not like they're gonna be here in 2 weeks to,
Well, I would imagine most of them can be taken care of by the end of the year.
yes. And I mean, he's got,
Take you that long to get an
we got
electrician.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them's done.
Okay,
Good.
Like, a lot of them was,
and then the
outlet
person,
strips.
yeah, the
you know.
person responsible is Tina, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Now, because we did speak about this, because when we had the water issue down there, Tina and I was through the building, and I kinda looked at things and I was like, Tina, this is not good. Because there was a lot of outlet strips laying on floors, there was extension cords plugged in to an outlet and just laying on the floor with nothing plugged into the
Yeah.
other end of it. You know, and the point of it is when I went through there, is if everybody in this room would have gone through that door and started wading through that water and not paying attention to what was going on, and I wouldn't have been able to be right there to watch each individual person. We could have had people dropping just like that. So I mean, it's very,
Wow.
very important that
Yep.
these things get looked at, because
Well, all that confusion.
all the iPads and laptops and things that we have that needs to be charged down there, with these laying underneath the heaters and,
Yeah.
and underneath windows and whatnot.
They have those, of course, in the high school end that on the wall,
Yeah.
but of course our
Yeah,
end
the
was
strips,
so old.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, and the big thing is right now, through this past winter months, you know, kids had, you know, extra hats and mittens and boots and stuff like that on the shelves, so if something had to be put down, so.
Metal cabinets,
But-
you know what we're talking about?
And you said like that one outside too,
They
Dick,
don't have
if they can fix that on that door, and you said there was cables or something up on,
Yeah.
on the,
On the stage,
stage.
yeah, well, yeah, that's an electrician issue.
Yeah,
We've looked at the other part,
Yeah.
and we are gonna that's gonna come down.
Yeah.
We are gonna get down, and that's a priority.
yeah,
The one out through the back door for that entrance.
yeah, thanks for that update.
I think that's all I got, that I
Okay.
can think of.
all right,
No, wait,
okay.
wait. Let me look at this, to make sure. You do have, we did talk about it, because Ken did add it to the,
Agenda,
for the budget, but the generator,
yeah.
Jennifer sent me that text today, that's how I happened to, think about that. And she's here, thank God, cause
Yeah,
my mind is spinning like a top.
She's got something for you, Deb.
Okay, good, perfect. The reason why we need to really get onto this, well, is expired, the quote expired on the 1st. But everybody knows, and we spoke about this a little earlier, that the original budget for this was $65,696.85, and because of what happened, because of the automatic transfer switch that I was telling you about, the problem, went to $89,110.50, which meant that we was $23,413.65 for a deficit. The original award was $32,848.43. A revised sub-recipient award went to $44,555.25 with it, so we ended up with a deficit of $11,706.83. So, am I correct, Jen, on this, that this was, for this revised sub-recipient award was what you worked on to
Get them to match it.
Yes, okay.
And to pay half.
So, Jen did a lot of work on this also after this extra 23,000 come in to see how we was gonna try to get this down, because we was able to try to get it down because of our in-kind hours for options. And, knowing, you know, if this whole room was putting time in on it, that it would still take a lot of time in order to do the math to come up with the amount of money that we would need. So that, Jen did a great job in pursuing that
Jen.
and getting
Yeah.
that that cut in half. So now the actual deficit is the 11,706.83. So if we was to split that with LCOC, it actually is 5,853.42. So that actually helps you, Ken, for your $7,000 figure.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say is, given how this project has proceeded, I would almost be inclined to leave the $7,000 on the line, just in case some
Yeah.
wiggling doesn't go on. Like,
Yeah,
well,
true.
Yeah, that would
That's
be
the
wise.
superintendent in me right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and we can still keep working on because I know I am. When I started on this with Heather, she was like, make sure you keep a spreadsheet for your hours and unpaid volunteer hours, a cap to help offset any of this towards at any point. So it's to the point that on the quote here, I know that we had spoke once before when we talked with Renee about it real quick, was if there was something that we could do to help out through from the actual public works side of it, as far as do a little dig in or haul something off or bring something in to help offset some of the money on that, which is $6,000 they got here to try to get a figure on it. So if we can do anything to help offset any of that, that would help. So I mean, I agree with Ken as far as leaving that $7,000 figure there, because it covers everything that's in here, just in case that we have to leave it at what it is.
Right. Is there anything we can do, Dick, to, you know, speed it up at all?
Well, what we need to do is, if we can both commit to being able to come up with this 58.53, so that we can tell Riverside to go ahead and pull the trigger on ordering everything that we need to do, so that we know that we're gonna be able to cover our bill, then that would be, I would like to see the board be able to make a decision to say that we're gonna be able to cover this and to actually get that going, so that
Is that something we could do today?
we could get this in
Can we do
to
that tonight, Ken?
make it happen.
Well, I think we can make it happen, all right. The only question I had is whether you wanna try and take the $6,000 out of the budget right now, like in this year's budget, because the 7 is in the line for next year's budget. And the only reason I say that is because if we think we're gonna need the money after July 1, it can stay in next year's budget. But if the timetable advances, or you need to make a payment right now, that's a different conversation. So I have no problem with the amount of money, just when do we need to spend it?
And where do we have it in here, Mr. Johnson?
Well, if you're talking about this year, I just take it off the facilities maintenance line, which is overspent, but I'll be sharing good news in my report, since we have received a $68,000 check from our insurance company, not a moment too soon.
Yay!
But if it's next year, it's already built into the same line in the budget that we just went over, but go ahead, Stephanie.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here, so LCOC will commit the 5,800. But I just found out about this today, so, and I kind of made this proposal to Jennifer, and I wanna throw it out to the board, see if it's something you'd be willing to entertain. Mind you, I have not presented this to Art, so if you're watching, sorry. Would the school board be willing to allow LCOC to cover the whole $11,000 and whatever 85 cents? And we could use the half that would be considered, would have been your payment towards heat for the
Future
2020.
payments in heat and electricity?
Well, I understand that, I wasn't here for the budget meeting, but I've heard maybe there was some discussion that LCOC hasn't paid their second half about, but I just want, we can clarify that later, but I think the school is expecting LCOC to pay another $5,000.
I can speak to that, I don't know if that's the expectation, we made it.
Well, that's, okay, I wanted to clarify that, cause that's not the way I've had it, to understand it, but, okay. But I'm just, as a goodwill faith, if we could say, well, we'll cover that whole thing. And we could just use that the extra 5,800 towards maybe whatever we do owe for heat.
It's fine by me.
I mean, I'm not saying I can do a handshake on this right now, cause we haven't gone through our board, but is it something the school board would be willing to discuss without you having to then commit that full $7,000 or whatever you have in your
Would that be
mind?
legal,
You
Ken?
could use it for something else.
Well, I think it would be legal, but I would just remind my board of a previous conversation held at this meeting, and Stephanie was here, and there was at least some level of examination of billing between either the water department and the electric company and my office and the LCOC, and I'm recalling a much larger, in-depth conversation from a few months ago.
Well,
I don't necessarily have a preference either way, but I want my board just to make an informed decision, that's all.
I would think if we even considered that we would still present LCOC with the particular bills in question each month, because I wouldn't want them to say,
No,
Well,
that's
maybe-
not what I'm asking, and we're just saying this as, on the heat side, we still, I mean, I don't know, I mean, you should be, other than the most recent electric bill and water bill, that we haven't got the water bill, but I
So-
signed the sewer bill, but electric, I just got the other day and I sent it to our account to pay. So, electric is getting done every month, and so is water and sewer quarterly as it's getting billed, so
So-
those aren't in the equation. What I'm saying is, whatever there may be that the school is yet to bill us for heat, which is supposedly monitored.
So you don't
So-
have a bill yet?
So basically, everyone, the bottom line is that everyone is still gonna pay the same amounts that they would have.
Correct.
So we would still be paying the,
Right,
we
instead
would
of
still
us,
be paying
instead
the
of us cutting a
4,000
check and it says heat, we're gonna apply a credit for whatever we pay for the generator towards that.
You would just minus it every month.
Absolutely.
Well, it'd all be in writing.
Right.
anyway.
It would all be
Right.
writing, it would all be
Yeah,
documented,
right.
and we take
okay,
it right down.
It'd be a
I'm just
accountability.
throwing that out there as an option.
If we could speed
I'm not
this
sure
up,
how it
I
works
think
on
it's
the budget.
perfect.
Okay, I've got a few things, James.
okay, but hang on.
But like I said, I haven't approached our board with this, I just throwing this out, if it's something you would entertain, we can have further discussions on that. But LCOC is at least committed for the 5,800.
Okay, so that doesn't preclude us from, authorizing the money, because we're gonna pay that anyway. Either we're gonna pay it directly or we're gonna
The
prorate
LCOC
their,
would do it.
My sense of the matter is that when the job gets done, the school's gonna get a bill for $5,843.42, which we can pay, cause we're equipped to pay it, fine.
Uh-huh.
If this board is comfortable with Stephanie's proposal, and if she gets the green light from her board,
uh-huh,
that the LCOC will pick that up in lieu of remaining heating costs, okay, you can vote to do whatever you want, so.
and so, neither pathway is going to, slow things down,
No,
okay,
we're at a standstill right now,
okay, so
until we make a call to Bill at
yeah,
Riverside
we
and say,
wanna-
let's
we
get
wanna
this
move
thing
ahead.
going.
This.
what do we have to do to move ahead?
make the call,
Just go ahead and make the call.
yep.
And do we have to, and does the board have to vote on anything to do that, or?
Do we need a
No.
motion?
No,
or anything?
I feel much better now that I've got $68,000 from the insurance company, have I
Okay,
have I said that
alright.
before?
All right,
So,
Jane, I
Okay.
got a couple of things.
all right, well, wait a minute, we're
Yeah.
going sort of in order here,
Yeah.
so.
So, okay, that's, I feel better about that too, and I'll get with you, and then we will call Bill and say, we feel good about this, and
Let's pull the
let's
trigger.
get going. All right,
Okay,
Thank you.
is that it?
yes.
Okay, I don't have anything, what I had, we sort of talked during the budget thing, so,
Are you gonna bring that up though, Jane? You guys are talking about, you've done, some,
well, we're, I'll just say that, you know,
I'd like
We
to
have
have some
this-
more information on it, I guess.
there's $140,000 approximately extra that we need to cough up to, you know, fill the budget, and so we just asked the question, how much is it costing us to not have the high school open? And, I reached out to Danforth, and they were kind enough to share their budget with me, you know, 'cause they have a K through 12, and they have actually more students than we do, and their budget is, their regular instruction budget is smaller. And, you know, it's costing us about $400,000 in tuition for the high school students. And so you know, it's just information that, you know, people ask, you know, can we reopen the high school and stuff, and so this is just, initial steps that we're taking. We just wanna look at the financial part of it and say, well, what do the numbers say, and so forth. So, you know, I don't know if there's any hidden costs or other things that we need to take into account, but.
Well, yeah, I mean, you've got a rather large transportation cost associated with tuitioning kids to the high school.
Yeah.
I can't,
So that's,
I
yeah, that's
can't,
about.
I can't tell you what the exact figure is, but
It's about 33,000.
but if you had your high school, your buses wouldn't leave town unless it was a road game.
Yeah.
So, you know, and then we have a lease with the LCOC, that we have to take that into account.
Yeah, but again, the biggest obstacle is changing the way that we've done business for the last 13 years. There are parents in this community who have grown accustomed to school choice. And that is
Yeah,
by far.
I mean, that could be a deal breaker right there.
That
so.
by far
I'd
is
get
the
a
biggest
feel for
obstacle.
that first.
That's what I was gonna say, as
Yeah.
a parent, is to go to the parents, go
Yeah.
to the students and ask them what they do. If they're at WA, they're at Machias, and there's no way you're gonna be able to offer them what they're getting now. There's
Uh-huh.
just no way.
Yep.
So you need to factor that in. I was on the school board when the high school closed.
Mhm.
I was. And we were not getting all the students that lived in Lubec at that time. Many of them were going to WA already. And their parents were either paying partial tuitions or they were getting scholarships.
Mhm.
I don't think you're gonna get the students back that you think you'll get that will make
Well, and I
a
think,
viable, I'm not saying to turn out, but I think you need to not look at the numbers and not look at the dollars. Because you have to look at the value that the
Well,
kids
yeah, but I
get
mean-
and how many would even come back.
you're right, but I
You
mean,
have
to
you know,
our,
it's all part of it.
but to
Yep.
our job, when it's here, because I was told, I had many heated discussions with my mother-in-law, God bless her. She'd kill me right now if she was here. And it's to the point that it was going to save the town money. Because,
people it
because
was.
it was going to, because for what it was costing us to have a high school, and what we wasn't able to offer anymore, and what the challenges was for the students to come and go, or whatever it was, that closing the high school was the best option. All these years later, it's just the question is just being bounced around like it is every 3 or 4 years, or 4 or 5 years. Is it still the same? What is it truly costing us? And when I say us, the town, what is it truly costing us for tuition for kids, K through 12? Because when we sit here and look at a budget or whatever, we're concentrating on, when we're needling it right down to what it's costing us to run this place down here, not the buses that goes back and forth to Machias or WA, the kids that we think that we've got 30 over there, and then come find out we got 40, and then then we gotta go back and come up with more money and this and that. So I mean, there's all kinds of things that happens, that every now and then it's good to reel in the horns and pull up the reins and say, okay, let's see how much money we're actually spending.
Yeah,
What is it
I
actually
don't-
costing
I
us?
don't disagree with you, but I just think if we look back even at 2010, 2011, we didn't save what people thought we were
No,
going to
not
save
at all.
ever.
We haven't
No.
saved
It
anything.
really turned out to be about value, so
Yeah.
if you're talking about budget and whether it's gonna cost whatever, and take the LCOC out of that, just as a parent, you know,
Yeah.
Well,
you know,
one thing that,
it's what you get for your value.
one thing, we could get that report, and I think that was 4 years ago, cause I was on that committee with Dana, and I know Dana would have that paperwork just to show you, but he was pretty thorough, is Dana.
Oh, I'm sure.
We could get
No,
that
there
just so
were
we
quite a
could
few of you
review
on
it.
there.
Yeah, fine with us.
Okay, that's all I had.
Do you have
Um,
anything?
No,
I just, I wanted to let the board know that, I did get the filing cabinet down at the school, and I've talked to the office today, more specific, I'll be talking to Chad, but it's just like this monthly report. I want us to have those down there, all of our meetings, so if we've got a question, and I know we have them at home, but it's gonna all be down there for us to look at our
Uh-huh.
budget,
Uh-huh.
prior budgets, and this one, I encourage all of us to get this every month. It took almost till October that we could even get it because of the new system.
I would
Yeah.
think coming into the end of the year like we are right here, that ought to be given to us automatically. We shouldn't
Well,
have to ask for it.
no, and I know we always used to get it too, Dick, but this new system really put a twist on things. We were unable to get this until
I mean, the last
October.
Is that
last
something
3 or
your
4
office
months,
could
knowing
send
we're getting
to us?
close to the end of a budget year.
Yeah, we can get them now, but that was one thing, but I do want you to know that filing cabinet, I am gonna
Okay.
work on that thing.
Okay.
And, I want oh gosh, I want her, if you don't mind, ask for her both the days, Mr. Johnson.
The days?
That, what days are the kids, going to clubs or on outings?
Okay.
She's got that, I know that she does, and, the number of days. And one thing, I looked at the minutes, and you guys, I think, had talked about this last month, but is there any way, and I've gotta say this because I always feel like I have to be on the defense because I love LCOC. I am so happy our town has this. You do so many things for kids and for adults. But is there any way that we can separate, this is our school budget, and now we're getting a lot from LCOC. Is there any way that we can separate this on our budget or have it separate in here so I can pick this up and say, oh, that's what's going to LCOC?
Okay.
That's
So what's
not
your-
part of our
So
budget.
what you're holding in your right hand,
Yeah,
that, because not everybody has that.
no,
That's just an expenditure reports, what we call a year-to-date, what we
Yeah.
have spent right up to today.
and I think that's
Uh,
important. We know
So
that,
we
Mr.
don't,
Johnson.
we don't spend like LCOC money, they have their own budget.
I'm not talking
but
about that at all.
Can we separate it? It's separated on the revenue page where it says, like, we estimated 10 for this year, and I put
Yeah.
in 15 projected for next year, and that's on the revenue page. So we track the revenue that we received. And earlier tonight, I did say that we'd received $5,000. Now, just because we estimated 10 to put on the line, because we know we're gonna get some revenue from the LCOC, and a year ago, we didn't know exactly what that was gonna be, that doesn't necessarily mean that we owe us anything, that they owe us anything. What that represents is a projection for us, because we do get revenue back coming to us, and all the 5,000 shows is what we've received to date. That's just one is an estimated revenue, and the other one is an actual received.
No,
So
I
it doesn't
tell
mean
you.
that they owe us
And
anything.
No, I'm not
that's what you
talking
want,
about-
Wanda, you want the actual receipt.
That's right.
But-
What I want is,
But
we
it's,
get an
it's the
electric bill.
same, it's just a few, maybe
Yeah.
a few dollars off.
But can I clarify?
Yeah,
LCOC is given a lot more than $5,000. The $5,000 he's referencing is for heat only. We have cut many other checks over the past, since September, when I first came to you
We
and
can
started
pull that
discussing.
Stephanie.
And I can give you a
here,
report of what that is,
You know that, but we
'cause I
don't
know-
know that. You know that, and he might know it, but
Okay.
this board doesn't know that.
Okay,
That's what
then-
I'm
then
trying to establish.
You probably do have a revenue line that shows that money coming in, you just need to be shown where it is.
No, and
Because they
nothing,
have to show it
we
as
have,
other revenue, whether it's,
we have one page, we have one thing there, and it has one line for LCOC. No, that's not telling me a picture at all, and I'm not trying to be negative about that, but I think this is something that we need to know now, like you get, ESSR money, and you don't get title money, but you get ESSR, am I saying that right?
who's we,
The LCOC,
what's ESSR?
that is, what funding is that?
Where's the money?
They don't,
It was COVID money.
they
You
don't,
get that.
they don't receive that because they're not a school. We contract with them for the extended learning recovery program, which was a requirement of ESSER funding. So we have a contract with them for $26,000 or $7,000 to implement the extended day learning program. But they don't get ESSER money directly.
Now, Mr. Johnson, what I'm asking is not an impossible question.
Well,
I
maybe
see-
I'm misunderstanding the
No,
question then.
Cause I can go over to the office, I mean, we can look at anything we want to.
Well, not anything, but yes,
So it
you
just
can,
sounds
you
to
can
me
come to
that-
my office.
It sounds to me that the issue is that when LCOC cuts a check, to us, that the labeling on there is obscuring what that is.
Yeah, we don't see
So-
any of that, do you see that, Jane? I don't see it, maybe you're looking somewhere
You
I'm
would not, you would not see the actual check, because that is retained to match up with the invoice that the auditor reviews. So it's standard practice, and this, not just the LCOC, that's standard practice like for everything. So when we receive when Shed receives a tuition payment from the other towns that send kids to Shed High School, there's a bill and there's a check, they're stapled together,
Okay.
so the auditor can see both, and everybody's happy.
When-
So no, you would not see the check, but we staple it to an actual invoice.
When a citizen asks me again, you know, what portion do you guys, does the school get LCOC? I'm just gonna tell them, Mr. Johnson said that
What do you mean?
$10,000, that's what you're telling me.
What portion do we give the LCOC? We don't give the
We give a
LCOC money.
percentage, Mr. Johnson.
A percentage of what?
Yeah, a
Do we
percentage
pay a
of what?
percentage of your fuel or your utilities?
You pay partial to heat that part of the building that your townspeople
Through
voted
the
to
new
maintain.
lease,
So
through the new lease, Stephanie.
that is
Yeah.
the way it is.
Yeah.
But
We're
regardless.
not,
But
but
we pay
we're
our
not, we're not
portion.
giving them
You're
money.
not giving us anything. The only thing, you know, the school sends a check to LCOC when we invoice for the programming, that
Right,
we're
Be-
covering.
because
that
we have
you're
a, because we
required
have
to
a
do, that you're not
contract.
we're doing it for you. So that's the only check that's coming back the other way, that you're giving the town, giving LCOC. But how the bookkeeping happens on every check that I sign that goes to LCOC once a month, I don't know how you can do that, but
Well,
Do
it
you want me
sounds
to
like
send you a
it's an
copy of all the checks we
impossible,
send?
it
I mean, I
sounds
guess
like an
that's-
impossible
I
thing
mean,
to
I
ask
guess
for
I can take a
Stephanie.
copy of the check that
I
we
see
do.
this is too difficult, this is too much of a difficult,
Well, the terms of the lease specify what the LCOC pays for heat. And we have to pay the bill, so we are not sending them money.
no,
I
we
don't know how
send
that,
it.
I don't know how that perception got started in the
Mr.
community.
Johnson, we don't send it to them, we pay part of portions of their bills, I'm not saying we're
No.
sending them,
We pay the oil bill and we adhere to the terms of the lease. And I would say that to any citizen who calls, because we're required to do both.
well,
We're
what you're
landlords.
telling me as a board member is, just forget it, Wanda, that's what I'm getting from this. And I'm asking a question, and it's not a derogatory one by any means, you're creating that to be difficult.
When the check
No.
comes into the central office, that
Yeah.
check is deposited into the account, and it's put on one of those revenue lines. What you need to find out is which revenue line is it going into? There's not gonna be a revenue line that says revenue from LCOC, it's gonna be combined in with other revenue you might
That's what
receive
I'm
from other
asking.
organizations.
Why can't we have that, but evidently we can't, Stephanie. That's all I had, Jane. That's all I
Alright, thank you,
had.
thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, I have a couple items in my report tonight. I have spoken with your auditor again, and you're not the only one I'm still waiting for Pembroke's audit as well. I have been told not to expect the audit before April 18th.
Keep kicking the can down the road.
Well, in speaking with our auditor, they are knee-deep in tax season for their other clients, and I reminded them that we were ready and prepared for their visit back in October, and that you, as well as Pembroke, have major capital projects that you're considering. Obviously, we've talked about the roof tonight. Pembroke is considering a breezeway project somewhere in the vicinity between $185,000 and $250,000, but they need to see their audit too. And I impressed upon our auditor that need, but that was the date that I was given. You've also heard me reference tonight on a couple of occasions that we have received a check for $68,000, and that is a result of a claim we made on our insurance due to roof damage. So we've got $68,000 that has flowed back to us, and that certainly was a welcome development. The last item in my report for this evening, I'd like to appoint Dan Daly to be the softball, baseball coach for the spring.
Oh, yeah.
That is all I have in my report for this evening.
Mr. Jurison, did you say 68 or 58?
68.
68, thank you.
I forgot to ask Dane, did all these get a letter from Dana?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
And
yeah.
did you bring that up?
I,
It
Oh,
was
I
a
forgot to bring it.
question,
I
Mr.
got it right
Johnson,
here.
about the roof thing.
you know, how should we respond to him? Because he doesn't have a phone number, he doesn't leave an email.
Well, he works, is what he does, Dane. He works for FedEx and he works and he's
I
a
understand that,
citizen
but
and
when
he
you
has
write a
the
letter
right.
to someone, like, are we supposed to write back to him and send it to his P.O. box, or?
No, we can just ask right now, we're asking tonight, he mentioned about is it feasible for a metal roof? If we're looking in that direction.
Well, I think that, so to have a metal roof, I think you have to have a certain pitch.
Yeah,
And we spoke to the, superintendent over in Cutler who had actually made that, change to the roof line. And, you know, we asked if that is something that they would recommend. And he was, I thought
Yeah.
he said that it would just be prohibitively expensive compared to what is
To-
already $1 million that we
So
were considering
to
spending right now.
increase the
Yeah.
pitch on your roof, you've gotta have an architectural study to see if the exterior walls can take the load. Then it's gonna require some cross members to take the weight. And a pitched roof has double the surface area because you have twice two sides. So that's more materials as well, whereas a flat roof, that's basically the square footage, length times width. Now, for the pitched roof, that's length times width times 2, because you've got two sides to a pitched roof. Also, in Mr. Bradley's letter, which I read, he talks about a particular type of metal roofing that would overlap the screws, so you don't have leaks around the screws. And there are two different types. There are some that overlap, that's more residential style, but given our high winds, which we've seen demonstrated in this area, I'd be more comfortable with what's called standing seam metal roofing. And that is, there is standing seam metal roofing on the roof in Alexander. If you're driving by Route 9, right on top of the hill, that is standing seam metal roofing on Alexander. It is distinguishable because where the two sides come together, there's a elevation about this high, it's about this wide, it's like a little rectangle, like a little rib going up in between the roof lines. That's a commercial application that is also extraordinarily expensive. So, in this economic climate, if you think $1 million is high for a flat roof, you better strap in and take a deep breath when you see the quote for a pitched roof.
I was trying to
so-
find it too, because somewheres in the conversations that I've had with Roof Systems of Maine, the insurance company, the adjusters, and everybody that's been here to help us with our particular roof, for what we have, the actual recommendation is to put the rubber roof back on the school just like we have now.
yeah. I talked to somebody yesterday, Dick, but to me,
Because I thought I would have thought it would have been different, but
Yeah.
they said that, no, that's the recommendation, that's the
So-
recommended way of
Yeah.
going.
So when I read Dana's letter, I thought to myself, you know, great minds run in, you know, similar tracks. Because we thought about a lot of this stuff, and we explored a lot of these ideas that he has, you know. So I think his thinking is good, but what it boils down to is that we just wouldn't be able to afford it.
Yeah.
I don't think.
well, I hate, Dana, if he could, he'd be here to every meeting, but he works FedEx and he works late hours.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Ken's done. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
I do not have any.
Any old business?
I think, just, so where are we with this? You've got the quotes from Roof Systems of Maine.
Yes.
You know,
The only thing I don't like about what I've read, Joanne, in these is because We don't know what we would actually run into when,
When they haul that
when
other
you,
stuff
right,
off.
because, and what it is because they give you the prices, and then it gets down to the notes as usual.
Mhm.
The proposal excludes engineering, electrical, plumbing, carpentry, roof deck replacement, wood blocking, HVAC, asbestos abatement, siding, and structural steel repairs, installation, or replacement. We're not concerned about the snow removal or winter conditions because we wanted to make sure we had good weather when this
Right.
was put down regardless. So, we had a good chance to look at the high school wing because unfortunately, the majority of the ceiling blocks fell down so that we was able to see what it looked like
Right
there.
up in there, yeah.
So, and then when I was up on the roof with the guys and they was testing some of the stuff that was there to try to get something to hold for the temporary part of it. So if we actually go with the vapor barrier that they recommended, and it says what it actually consists of on here is it really sounds like a really good job of what they're gonna put down, and if that roof right there has lasted the amount of years that it has since
Mhm.
it was put on, because the majority of it's original,
Mhm.
then I would think it would, it's like I was telling Jane, it's gonna outdo me, so it'd be somebody else's problem then, so.
On the high school end there?
The whole the whole
okay,
building.
okay.
The only thing that
Maybe
it's
the percent-
excluding is the dome,
Yeah.
the arch, or whatever you wanna call it, for the gym.
Yeah.
And if we put the optional vapor barriers in with everything, the total bill that they would do is $961,710.
So,
And when would they start if we voted on,
I'm not sure,
and
But
how
I-
long will it take to do?
but they do have I mean, they keep saying that, they've been pretty good with us, I mean, they've
Yeah.
answered any questions and everything that we've had, so I mean, we asked for an updated quote because it has been so long, and then after the damage that was done
Right.
over the winter. So I'm hoping that this really is kind of inflated to even to the point for some unbeknownst to them after they take some of this stuff off and get into, so.
Right.
Dick, what is this manufacturer pull test required to determine warranty availability?
I mean,
Does that mean that they can't guarantee that they'll give us a warranty, or?
what I've looked at and what I've asked about is, from what I'm understanding, is if they can't get that so tight enough that it would either put a wrinkle or that the wind could get under it to try to make it lift, if it doesn't meet a certain stretch factor to prevent that, that's what would go against our warranty, from what I believe, that I've heard, is to make sure that it's not loose on the roof.
All right. Anything else?
Now, on that, Mr. Dodson, the 68,000, what will that go towards?
The intent, and that's a good question, the intent of the $68,000 is to reimburse us for roof repair. It is not the intent to pay for a new roof.
No way.
So-
Yeah,
Conceivably, you could spend that $68,000, and some of it's for reimbursement of expenditures we've already made, like we've already paid roofing systems of Maine an amount of money, and so we've got it back to us. And I also believe in speaking with the adjuster that if we made additional repairs, we could bill them again, or pay it and then bill them, and they would cut another check for repair. But there's a difference between repair and new installation. What Dickie is sharing with you was regarding new installation. So in other words, if we go new installation, we're not gonna get another insurance check. If you wanna repair it, and we've talked about some possible repairs, we've learned about heat tape, I guess for lack of a better description, that we can't do yet because it's still not warm enough. But if you didn't wanna put a new roof on and wanted to repair this one, and we had to have roofing systems in Maine come back and do some more work for us, we could bill for repair again, and we get another check for that, but that's not for new construction.
yeah.
Well, and for a little bit more on that, because actually it's been so many times he's been down there. Out of this 68,000, there is more money that is possibly available, but we have to spend
Right.
that, and then we would be, once we can prove that we spend it, we would get reimbursed it. And I believe it's up to like $100,000 or $110,000.
Yep.
But, I mean, when you, now you talk, we're not going in that direction.
Wow, no, I mean, we still have other expenditures yet that would still be covered under partial, part of that also, because, I mean, that was just for what was on the
That was
roof.
damage done at
I
Christmas.
mean, we got watered, I mean, Andy's still working on one or two other claims for for everything that's happened down there. So that was just the very first night for
Yeah.
the roof.
Can I ask a question? Does that have to all go to roof repair, or does that, any of that get to go to repairing damage inside the building that was done in terms of like roof, ceiling tiles and things such as that?
Nobody's gonna check up on us on how we spend 68. As long as far
I
as the
mean,
insurance.
wasn't that part of the original damage reported and claimed?
I believe it is.
It was.
Is it repaired, Stephanie?
Is it repaired?
Yeah.
No.
None of that kind?
Because even
Not
up,
today, it's not
even up to
repaired.
that, I mean, if it's something that we spend, I believe if it's like 30, I think he said, it's either 32 or 37,000 more dollars. If we expend up to that much more and we submit it, they'll reimburse that. Or he said if for some reason we was just gonna do a repair to the problem that was there, if it was more money than what they said it was, then we could dispute it. And
Right. Yeah.
But the rest of claims, I mean, is just, and he said it, and he apologized for it taking so long, because he said there's like everybody in Washington
Yeah,
and
they must,
Hancock
yeah, they
County
must be inundated.
put claims in, so he said it's just taking so long
So
for him
where
to
do we
get
go
through
from
'em.
here?
We need, in my opinion, you need to decide whether you're comfortable at 961 for a new roof. I don't recommend trying to repair this one because I think the materials are so far gone. Part of the problem is it's reached the end of its life expectancy and that membrane has lost elasticity. So even if it is glued down as tight as possible, it's never gonna be as tight as a new roof. And what's there will be brittle and won't expand in the wind. Or, so in my mind, no to repair, look at a new roof, but do you wanna do it in sections? Whole thing, go big fly 961, or are we doing it on each wing at a time? Those are board level decisions.
Would this go to a town vote for that much kind of money?
It doesn't have to, simply because as an RSU, you're your own fiscal agent, which means you have the authority to borrow money yourself.
Well-
If it was like an AOS right now, Eastport needs a roof. They have city government. So I had the city council vote last Monday to support the project. We're putting it out to bid. If we get something we like, the city's gonna have to borrow money and we'll pay the city back in Eastport, but none of that has to happen here.
So can I clarify, so if we, maybe you already told me this, but, so say we borrow $1 million
Yeah.
and we put, 85,000 a year to, service that loan.
Mhm.
Does our budget cover that, can our budget cover that automatically, or do we have to go to the town and ask them to raise taxes?
No, so you don't have to add, well, I'll tease this out a little bit. You can put as much in your budget as you feel you want, your old school board. You don't have to ask the town specifically to raise taxes, but when you put the budget out to vote, that's really what you're asking. So it's a little, I don't wanna play semantics, but when you put the budget still has to be approved by the taxpayer.
I see,
And
okay.
if it shows as an increase, you're really asking them to pay more. But you don't need a special meeting or a special referendum unless you wanna do like a straw poll or something, I guess you can. But you don't have to. If you as a board say, we need a new roof, it's X amount of money, put it in the budget, People are gonna come out and vote one way or the other.
Uh-huh.
But you don't need any special gyrations, you don't need any special permissions, you don't need a hearing, it's not like that.
Right.
Well, could we have a meeting though, to let the town know, maybe not everybody know what transpired this winter, and to tell them to be
These
expected.
budget workshops are an opportunity for people to,
Regardless, we need at least half the building done, hands down.
Yep.
Yeah,
all right,
My wish list would be to do the whole thing, because the next thing you know,
That's
when
right.
something happens, we're sitting there wondering when this piece was done compared to when that piece was done. Was all of it done, or was a third of it done? Because that's where we're at right now,
Yep.
because of
Yeah.
warranties and repair jobs down there, because it has been, thank God Tina's got some records down there
uh-huh,
in the back room showing when she had work done and how much
Right.
warranty work is left on
Yeah.
the existing roof and whatnot, because nobody knows.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Okay.
believe that's the original roofing that's on that building down there.
yep.
So these bids right here that you've got, are these quotes, are for rubber membrane.
Yes, it is for,
What happens if we put out to bid a pitched architectural shingle roof?
No, you would need to specify that in what's called bid specifications, because you would say, and I did this for Eastport today, set a date. Interested bidders can come view the project on a given date. And when it comes to roofing, you have to take a measurement. And how many, and if, for asphalt shingles, it's X number of square feet, and how many feet in a square, and all these things, plus labor, and yeah. So if we wanted to do that, we would need an architectural study to see if the exterior walls can take a pitched roof. And that would be step one if you decide to do pitched roof. The architectural study is gonna cost X amount of dollars. They're gonna say, you need cross members, because you know, if you go into the crawl space in your attic at home, you've got cross members that take the load from the roof. Those are gonna have to be installed. Maybe you need to beef up your walls, I don't know. But, an
And all
engineer.
the walls are brick?
I imagine they are, but I'm sure there's building
Yeah.
code as to the thickness of the brick, for example. The age of the brick would probably have to be taken into consideration, because the older a mortar gets, it gets crumbly. So there would be the the engineering report would inform the bid specifications. So if engineer X says you need this many cross members and this much reinforcement, you include that in your bid specifications, and that drives your price up. It also limits who's responding. You'd have to have a pretty capable outfit come and do the work for you, and I know the outfit that did the work in Cutler anyway, as I said in that email. But, it's not as simple as hiring just like a roofing company. Like I had just a roofing company come in Pembroke and do 2 shingle jobs on their roof.
What's
It's
the
more
cost
complex.
difference on this?
What now?
What is the cost difference?
We don't have an estimate for a pitched roof.
Yeah,
the,
Thing of it is, to do a square, to do a flat roof, are you gonna be running into the same trouble?
Maybe. The advantage, part of the reason those estimates are so high, the revised estimate has heavier grade membrane, and it's a more robust roof than what's on there. Is probably the best way to describe it, and that's part of the reason the cost is what it is. You will eventually run into the same problem, yes, but it might be 30 years from now.
Jane talked about warranty, what is it on this roof?
we're talking 37,500 square feet of roofing on that, what they're talking.
Big
Yeah.
roof.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The warranty is a 2-year workmanship warranty by the firm, and then the inspection by the manufacturer with a 20-year watertight warranty based on a pull test results.
All right, can we move on to new business? Okay. Let's consider a decision on extended day food program.
Is that what we just had the public hearing on?
That was the
Yes.
public hearing just before the,
I make a motion we opt out.
Second.
all in favor? To consider discussion on snow emergency days.
Okay, so this is the paper that Tina had given me that we was talking about at the last meeting, I believe it was, and she had to, we was waiting to find out whether or not we could start making up days or how that was gonna work. And what she has given us is a sheet here. Below you'll find the make-up day schedule. The schedule will allow students to end the school year as indicated on the calendar, Monday, June 12th, 2023. And it's for Tuesdays and Wednesdays with 3 exceptions. And it's to end on May 31st. And it's going to be on Tuesdays. And it will be a dismissal day of 3:30 instead of 2:30. And on Wednesdays, it will be a dismissal day of 2 o'clock instead of 1 o'clock with, like I said, 3 exceptions. And if this was voted on tonight and was voted to start tomorrow, the first exception would be on 3/17/23, Friday, a regular day, would become a student day with a 2:30 dismissal.
317's gone.
Yeah, that's
We-
already happened.
Yeah.
We already changed that one.
Yeah,
So 4/7/23, early release, Friday,
That's tomorrow.
12 o'clock instead of 11 o'clock. And 5/10/23 would be early release on Friday at 12 o'clock again rather
How many
than,
days do we have to make up?
yeah.
3.
3?
What about the days because of electricity?
Well, I had,
Did you
but,
waiver any days?
so I've got 2 letters right here that Jane has signed in the interest of efficiency, because we've talked about this at least 2 previous meetings.
Right.
All I need is a motion and a vote to implement the extended day option. I've already written Tina's plan into a letter, cause I talked to her this afternoon. We can get snow days taken care of. I also have a signed letter here requesting a waiver of the 175-day rule for the 4 days that we missed that were not snow related. One was, damaged sprinkler system, the other one was damaged water line, the other one was, one roof, in January, the second roof incident, because the first one was over Christmas and we weren't in session, and then the freeze up on February 6th.
Yeah.
So I've had 2 letters here, and I will be requesting a waiver for the non-snow related days, and I will also be requesting from the state extension of the, extended day option for snow day makeup. The only one I need to vote on is, well, actually I need to vote on both, but if we could vote to implement the extended day option, all those in favor, and then vote to direct me to seek a waiver for non-snow related days. I just need 2 votes.
Okay, do I hear a motion?
Yep. On the
Second.
first one, second?
All in
so
favor?
that is for this?
Yeah.
Snow day, yep.
No, that's for his,
Snow days,
Yeah, that's what that is.
That's the snow days thing is what's got.
This is weather-related makeup days.
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
well, I didn't think we had to do that if you got your waiver.
2 different things, yes.
So the waiver is for
and
the
we do.
non,
So, state of Maine law requires 175-day student day. Gotta make them up. The snow day thing was a specific law maybe 6 or 8 years ago now. And it requires a specific vote to use that, because you're extending the day beyond 2:30. The other waiver provision has been around forever. I've used it most commonly for a power outage, like when I was principal in Wesley, a tractor-trailer truck took out a telephone pole, the school had no power.
Yeah.
So I just need, there's 2 different waivers. One
Okay.
is snow day specific, and the other one is to waive the
Take
175.
that one, Dick, I'd just like to get a picture of it.
This here?
Yeah, honey. Thank you.
So, we still have to do this.
yeah, so this is what we were gonna be voting
Yeah.
on right now.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so you made a motion and you seconded it?
Yes.
All in favor?
Which is the motion now?
This
That,
is.
that was snow day.
On the snow
The
days.
snow days.
And this is gonna start tomorrow.
Yep.
We'll have to do one for the exception.
Right, non-snow day related.
Alright, make a motion for the non-snow day related.
Second.
All in favor?
Opposed, I don't like the idea that we can waiver education. I'm opposed.
Three and four, Madam Chairperson, if it pleases you, I think we've discussed 3 and 4.
We already voted on that, right?
On the calendar.
Okay, so, all right, so then consider a discussion on the draft budget. Well, we kinda talked it to death already,
I
so.
think we're gonna,
And there's gonna be, continued, budget workshops.
Yes, just so the group knows, the format will be the same next meeting, except for the hearing. So 4:30, budget workshop, that'll be number 2. We have to have 3 because we're an RSU. But then we'll transition into the board meeting, so 4:30 and 5:30 again next time. So conceivably, since we have indeed discussed the budget, if you wanted to do no action, I'm coming back with the same one.
Mr. Johnson, if we're able to, I'd like to come up, be representative for our school budget during one of the town meetings. I think we used to do that in the past.
Say that again?
Be involved in our town, they're gonna start their town budget,
Okay.
and I'd like to be, a
So-
representative of our board.
Yeah.
So is that like, working with the budget committee? Is that what that is?
Well, I come to at
You
some
would
point you'll
sit
talk
up
about it.
here just
Yeah.
as we're sitting up
Yeah.
here for you.
At some point they'll talk about.
They're
the
open,
school
but the budget meetings are open to the public
yeah,
anyway.
you don't have to
Yeah.
be, yeah,
So you
don't have to.
can represent us
Well-
without us,
Right.
without our
Well,
permission,
You know what, I just wanna make sure I can, Jane.
Back in the
That's
day,
all.
there used to be a joint meeting with the selectmen, the school
Yeah.
board, and the budget
Yeah.
committee, all sitting around a big table, that was fun.
Yeah, that was
well,
real fun.
That's how we used to do it, Stephanie.
How it was back in the day,
Oh,
Stephanie?
yeah.
That was how it was back.
I'd
then.
like to
Well,
see-
that
I'd
was
like-
fun, wasn't it, Steph?
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to
That
see it
was
again, cause there's a few things on there I'd like to see discussed.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna say no action on.
No action taken.
No action, do we need to vote on that?
No.
Okay, so, all right, so,
I make a motion we adjourn.
Second.
all in favor?
That didn't take long.
It was a marathon.
Got a
Hey,
few
you're
minutes for me?
gonna
Huh?
empty all that
Yeah,
out at the
Let
end.
me see if I can,
Yeah, I do have a few.
I don't know, tonight that was weird.
Let me back up here.
the picture came up and then it.
On, and then it went off, yeah.
Yeah, that's weird.
What's going on with that?
I don't, it
I
was
don't even
on.
know if I hooked it up right.
Ken, so what do you have for recommendations of how long should we keep mucking back and forth about this roof thing?
It would be worth going to a select board meeting, just to take their pulse of what they think. Simply because there are people out there that get in their ears too. I mean, this board has got the juice to do what you want.
Right.
This is a small little town. Small little towns,
You know,
small little towns.
that's a big amount of money to ask for.
But what I would say, we're gonna have to vote on something in June.
Yeah.
The
And
sooner the
whatever
better.
you decide, you gotta be comfortable with it.
There's, does it show
Well,
section
the way I
of
look at
budget
it
that we
is
discussed in that meeting, like,
they've been raving at us because we put a $500,000 boiler system in.
Yeah.
They didn't wanna tear the high school down. So what is it that they wanted to do? Just fall down around our $500,000 boiler system and
No,
everything else we're putting
Dick,
in
you know
down
what
there?
they wanted, and they said it at a town meeting, they didn't want the LCOC, that was fine, have it, they didn't want it to cost the schools, that's what they didn't want.
In my opinion, Dickie, if I'm asked, I'm gonna say to anybody that it's too good of an asset not to maintain for this town.
It doesn't matter what it is, and that's what I've been saying, Joe and I said the same thing down there. If we built a brand new building, you can't say because it's brand new that it's not gonna cost us anything to maintain it for 20 years or 30 years, or however long it's gonna be, just because it's brand new.
No, it is
The fact that
definitely
it's an
gonna cost.
emergency shelter for your town
Yeah.
is reason enough to replace the boiler.
Yep.
Let alone have
But
kids.
$1 million is a lot.
Well, then you're gonna need a roof on it.
Well, you gotta
There you
go
go.
on.
We see that.
John, I'll get with you. How'd you get it on?
That,
I'll get with you, after we
Well,
have our meeting on the third Thursday.
not tonight,
No,
Oh, see,
but
that's the,
not tonight.
that's the,
just,
the TV station.
an email for me.
I have to get the article in
Oh, that's what it was.
May 4th, I think it is.
Dickie, thank you for everything you're
Oh,
doing.
you're welcome, you're welcome.
The coaching, everything you're doing. Well, coaching's over one day, one more day.
Yeah. One more day of roller skating, one
Yeah,
more day of
roller skating.
basketball,
Oh,
and then I'm going to Florida.
I don't blame
Oh, really?
They forget.
I don't blame you.
Next Wednesday.
Are you going on vacation or is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Not soon enough, but
what are you gonna do down there?
Thank you.
I'm taking my niece and her little one and our son, so I'm just going on vacation, but they're gonna,
Just go there and hang out?
that's what I wanna do. I just, the sun and the heat makes me feel so much better. Gets all my aches and pains and everything else
Oh,
that I
yeah.
got in me
Uh-huh.
worked out. I used to go in February, but then it was like, I'm coming back to winter, so I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not doing that anymore. I smartened up real quick on that one. So, I said, I'm either going in April, or I'm not going at all.